mi прикладачок поедешь.
There is another people from your family. It's all here. Okay. Well,
Bună ziua, bun găsit tuturor! Este o mobilizare excepțională în tot orașul aici, la Sighetul Marmației. La sala polivalentă, oamenii vin neîncetați să-și ofere ajutorul. Sunt oameni simpli de aici din zonă, ei vin din toate colțurile județului să ajute. Au cumpărat din banilor produse alimentare, pături, scutece și lapte praf pentru bebeluși, jucării, haine, încălțăminte, alimente neperisabile. Toate au fost strânse la sala polivalentă. O parte rămân aici în oraș pentru cei care sosesc din Ucraina și se adăpostesc aici, dar sunt tone de alimente, tone de ajutoare care sunt încărcate în camioane și acestea trec dincolo granița în Ucraina pentru oamenii care sunt încă captivi în mijlocul războiului. În stadionul municipal din oraș, acolo a fost amenajată o tabără pentru refugiați, au instalat corturi și pot fi adăpostiți pe la 200 de oameni. Aceștia însă pot rămâne acolo doar 72 de ore, vorbim despre o soluție temporară până când ei vor decide unde, încotro vor merge. Aici, în vama din Sighetul Marmației, oamenii trec continuu. E un flux foarte intens, sunt sute de persoane aici, atât cetățeni ucraineni, cât și voluntari. Aceștia din urmă îi întâmpină pe oamenii care fug din calea acestor atacuri și le oferă sprijin, consiliere, transport gratuit, cazare, li se oferă și mâncare, tot în mod gratuit. Sunt ridicate și mai multe corturi, fie de la asociații care oferă sprijin, fie de la ISU, vorbim despre corturi pentru îngrijiri medicale, dacă este cazul, sau pentru triaj epidemiologic. Aici, în județ, au fost identificate până acum aproximativ 5.200 de locuri de cazare care vor fi oferite gratuit celor care au nevoie, însă acestea pot fi suplimentate în caz de urgență.
Mislim da je otišla.
Declaram, dar la 6 și după aia gata. No. No, perfect.
Hai să ne organizăm să aici cu tine și acolo. Ok. La una mi spune, la una.
Aeroportul sau Fatima?
Există varianta Arad. Eu sunt din Arad, dau la mine și pot să ia drept. Da. Bun, eu m-am început, o rezolvă. Dacă stăm aici, nu.
Jo, ovo tvoje pustice. Koliko je bil?
Doamna care a zis că vrea să o cazăm. Haide cu mine, deci le duci tu la măicuță, da?
Auziți, o sunați cineva să auziți asta. Am un... na...
Așa nu știu.
Thank you. Came out that has a larger aperture that is well in the night, because I don't know those guys how soon they decide where they are not going to allow us. Okay, I'm going to try anyway. They will freak out with the CGTN. So you think it's better if I leave the cameras here and they just go back with the phone? Okay. But there is one. Okay. Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
Brother.
De ce faci? Ok. Nu sunt registrați, nu sunt registrați.
Sunteți înregistrați. Da, acolo. Hai, da, vă rog, acolo, merg.
Da.
Și care e căstet, doar aici în oraș. Ne dăm și fetele de acolo, de aici.
Și asta e un pic, tot ce mă ligu să meargă acasă la mine.
La fetele alea și
Is a photographer?
și majoritatea care a români, indiană și dacă
Ok, haideți că o rezolvăm. Vă rog frumos.
Dar nu te oprește niciun. Bine, fiți opreați.
Nu știu, da. Am înțeles. Dacă nu îți dau numărul de telefon,
nu vă supărați. Hai, cu ce încercați să luptați aici? În afară de prezent. Ce transport? Aici nu-i transport, aici nu sperie oamenii ăștia, oamenii ăștia dacă sunt transportate de kilometri. Acolo a transport, vă rog. Nu vă supărați. Luptăm, toată lumea pierde. Rugămintea foarte mare. Mergeți acolo, toată lumea. Acolo, dacă stați acolo, vă rog. Acolo sunt două mese, acolo. De-aia Dacă astăzi puteți să vă doar dacă puteți toată lumea dați acolo și suntem noi, așa e super. Haideți acolo și plecați acolo, bine? Așa e o dată că nu vă treabă, bine? Și acolo e locul vostru. Vă rog, tare mult. Da, bine, mulțumim, da.
bagă să te achizi, ce atâta da vezi?
Dați pe cineva? Mergeți. Teo? Dacă te la Uniune, aici la statul.
S-a așteptat un moment. Deja epuizam subiectul dacă rexa. Un pic mai în față, să nu blocăm. Să iasă! Dacă nu vii mașina, ori dirijăm noi din haideți! Dă-mi un pic!
Da, da, mulțumesc!
De la ucraineni, de la Asociația Ucrainenilor, o fost până la ei la vama.
Deci voi mai aveți de stat când ce acolo? Ok, dacă e asta să decide ceva de fapt, că ei de fapt pe gândesc mai, că în astea de umanitate voi nu știu. Adică poate să vorbiți pentru am întrebat o chestiune. Da? Deci bani nu știu.
O să vin acum, o să vedeți ce rând mare.
De sus v-am dat echipă, da?
Da, e bun. Așa cu contra lui Putin.
Eu me frică de el.
La sala,
Mașinile astea.
mașini. mașina asta, dacă vrei, 15 minute.
Care de nu mai ia și copilul.
Hai, Conectato la roba ăștia lucrare.
Dar cea mai tare chestie auzită e aia că toți țiganii nu pot veni jos la Odessa și ar veni direct în România. Și foarte puternic, numai de aici. Da, mă, e băgat acolo ceva.
Nu trebuie să mai aduc.
Bun, nu, trebuie de aici nu se dădea.
Ei!
Ja właśnie, bo za zmianę Abbiamo plăcut de unde să mă schimb și eu plăcut să mă ridic în toate
Să merg? Acum ca să știu că acum vine
Madalina.
Ja sam mislio da znam se sa ogledom.
Se mutuje drumul la nu am abordat.
I want the same thing to do, right?
Chiar și că vreau să au nevoie, dacă pot să stea o zi undeva, când vine cineva de băie din Bulgaria. Pe o zi. Видите, сильно... Девушки, хорошо, они вот... Да, телескоп, правда. Ascultă-mă.
Hello?
Наташа, я взяла тебе карту.
Da, domnișoara Mihai. Bună ziua!
Bună ziua!
Ce faceți?
Mă pregătesc de live.
Tot te urmăresc.
Mulțumesc! Mulțumesc mult! Alo? Dar să nu zici că nu pot să ilustrez. Da, tot degeaba. Sau putem să ne punem acolo? Nu? Rămânem așa?
Transport local. Am nevoie de transport local. Cine este?
Voi pe curând și apoi... Bun. Important de orice om.
Sunt de la primărie, vă asigurăm un an de deșire. Bine.
Hello!
Continuă să vină persoane prin punctul de trecere de la Sighetul Marmației. Mai zic? Mai zic?
Hai că plec și eu, acum îmi iau mașina și plec.
Hai,
Hai să punem la fost. Păi nu, că nu punem ulei. Dar ce, dar ai nu trebuie.
Ce sunt când pleci? Să-i luăm și încărcătorul. Pregătit. Da, da.
A, deci... A, bun, deci... Filmezi?
Thank you.
Zile tu!
Să-i fac poză, să-i spun
Ok.
Nu firesc asta, că nu vei numai mașini scumpe, nu vei numai mult. Explic și da, față de ieri.
Nu prea mai avem viață în...
Deci la și alea, îți dau numărul de telefon?
Și pentru voi avem.
București mai am eu 2 locuri libere. Alo, să rămână, am eu 2 locuri libere, nu știu când plec.
Vedeți aici presa, partea aceasta. Aici,
Pachet de curări pentru mai mult acolo. Dar hai că nu mă deranjează.
Pe cei care vin în Ucraina, fac o treabă excelentă.
Poți să ies pe aici? Vă încurc dacă ies pe aici?
Văd cât se poate.
Faci ilustrație acolo? Invitat în platou. Nu înțeleg. Gata? Perfect. Da, am înțeles.
Ai văzut de
Unde e ăla care face poze, băiatul? Vezi, ăsta în spate, da. Ce pică aia. Înainte de muzeu. Unde e locația? Regal. Ok.
De aia! V-am căutat! Și vreau să zic
Toate colegele mele am făcut. Că Valeria să rămâne ce să-i facă.
Dar nici nu am știut. Nici nu am știut. Nu-i chiar. Știți, dar vine barul lui Dorin. Ce mă s-a vezi? Am văzut de probleme.
Ce faci, domn director?
They're leaving the car.
Să vezi că tremur.
That's why there can be stairs for cars. That's why
Dacă mă pui la
Merg câte casă.
Am transformat asta cu dar nu știu. Da, sunt aici, chiar în...
Scrieți-ne pe ceva. Scrieți pe ceva. Numai puțin că dăm și aici locuiesc în vacanță, bine? Numai puțin că aici locuiesc, sper că așa sunt vacanțe. Nu dă ceva. Gata? Pe cafeaua.
Și la importare.
Da, cu siguranță.
Cealaltă siglă unde a rămas?
E pe ușă. Excuse me. E acolo jos, în port.
Și mașina.
Ce?
A fost 5.
Ce 5?
Ah,
da.
Tot baza aia. Ei, sorry, ei au bătut.
Trei toni de alimente. Filmez? Direct. Hey.
Idite, proszę, kładą wam czaju.
Sunt sute de persoane care așteaptă la rând să poată intra în România, fug din calea războiului, poada de mașini se închide. Zic,
ieri dimineață și acum am acționele că 2 km are
Mergeți mâine? Ok, bine. Da, sunt mii de persoane care așteaptă în cozi, sunt imagini incredibile pe care le-ați văzut probabil și dumneavoastră.
Aici, unde? Unde să fie? Domnule, dobrого дня, вам щось допомогти? Aveți?
Unde sunteți? Suntem de coace. Unde? Veniți înaintea noastră, suntem din coace. Unde să mergem? Ah?
Mării, să le aduc că au copii, să le aduc să facă
Io
Mă uit după băieții aia cu microbuzul care nu mai sus pe ei odată.
Yeah.
Domnul ministru.
Acum pot să fac live normal, să nu mai fie scurt. Că n-am mai înțeles nimic, m-am oprit brusc.
E greu.
Nu filmezi, nu poți să ieși pe acolo? Mă tot. De câte ori nu mă duc, ajung la... Ce scriu? Nu înțeleg. Întreabă pe Denisa, că ea știe. A? Declarații. Da, astăzi toată ziua ne sabotează cineva. Deci pot să plec de la cadru, nu? Și mi-e frig și multe altele. O zi să-l iau și pe al vostru, da, așa ar putea să fac așa. Da, ceal. Unul așa și tot așa.
Ia.
Thank you.
Da unde? Modul.
Yeah? Alright, we have guys who speak Russian. This is about 2.5 hours.
До свидания.
Hai să-mi fac o poză să trimitem acasă. Da, da, e
Voi polacchi siete bravi.
Va bene, l'ultima cosa che stavo diciamo un anno fa, di cose da parte di Bielorussia, di questo, io questo stavo dicendo. E questi tempi non sono passati da tanti anni, sono come casa dopo polacchi. Per me, no, vedi che cosa fa. Faccio questo per quale siamo bambini, non facciamo uomini, portavano solo donne e famiglie, uomini da parte e l'altra. Io sono umano adesso, uomini.
Però in questo siete bravi, che avete fatto
Poi vengono pullman, vengono giù nel sociale, diciamo, probabilmente scappano senza lì, ce l'hanno posto e il governo polacco prende questa cosa che prendono pullman, li mettono dentro un'albero. Questa vita, no? Magari che non stanno aperti occhi prima della guerra, diciamo, hanno aiutato questi polacchi sono aiutati a aiutare loro.
la storia.
La storia si impara stavo troppo tranquillo ho perso il cervello, diciamo di quello là. Vediamo come si finisce. Quando loro
CGTN, because by the other ones, they picked up by buses the location.
Ja bym tego spytał tam, bo tam jak te... Bardziej tam to tam jest. Tam są musi być ten, kto nie ma takiego informatora. Tutaj tam zapytać, może coś będą wiedzieć.
Эмочка,
Dobra, niech to może ten kontakt i się kontaktuje, co ona rzeczywiście przeszła, nie? Bo jak to czekać jeszcze dzień, nie wiadomo, nie?
Dobrze, dziękuję.
potentiellement demandé à plusieurs, un très grand soutien pour cette demande, la protection temporaire qui est prévue par, vous le savez, la directive de 2001. Je laisserai la Commission évidemment évoquer ce point. J'ai constaté une très grande majorité pour que nous puissions très rapidement utiliser cette possibilité. Et le troisième point, c'est évidemment de prévenir les attaques hybrides, qu'elles soient malheureusement des attaques qui sont utilisées autour de l'immigration, comme on l'a connu très récemment en Biélorussie, et donc poser des questions de contrôle des frontières malgré tout, mais évidemment des cyberattaques au moment même où les processus électoraux dans plusieurs pays, la France bien évidemment, la Hongrie, Malte et d'autres pourraient être l'objet de ces attaques. Et donc on a demandé effectivement à la Commission de nous présenter ce qu'ils pourraient être les soutiens forts qu'elle pourrait mettre en place, notamment dans le cadre du plan qu'elle a présenté en décembre 2020.
Thank you very much. Let my first thing I want to thank you, Gerald, for setting up this extraordinary council meeting. It's very timely, and it was very much appreciated by all member states to have this opportunity to talk directly to each other in these times when things are changing more or less by the hour. I think it's really important that we keep the strong unity among the member states, and this was a great opportunity to do so. Let me also say that it's a very clear message from this Council is that the EU stands with the Ukrainian people and with Ukraine, with a strong solidarity. We have already seen more than 300,000 Ukrainians fleeing the country, coming to the European Union. And of course, we discussed a lot the support, I must say the impressive solidarity that EU citizens are showing towards the Ukrainian coming to the European Union, but also all the measures that have been taken by the member states firstly affected. It's Poland, Slovakia, Romania and Hungary. And we also, I have also launched here that the Commission are preparing a solidarity platform to cover all the different kind of support and solidarity measures that we are ready to provide. The IPCR platform that was proposed by the French presidency was warmly welcomed by all ministers and also by me. We had a good discussion on the temporary protection directive that was broadly welcomed by ministers. We are in a situation now, only a few days since Putin started this aggressive invasion of Ukraine. Already 300,000 Ukrainians are here. Most of them have a biometric passport, meaning they can stay visa-free for 90 days. Most of them are now being absorbed by their relatives. A limited number has applied for asylum, but things will change. And we need to be prepared for day 91. And we need to be prepared for quite much higher number of people trying to come or wanted to come and should be welcome to the European Union. And that's why I think it's time now to activate a temporary protection directive to support the Ukrainians. We also discussed the border checks. And I have said that the Commission stands ready for the upcoming Council on Thursday to present guidelines on border checks in the specific times that we are in to make sure that we have control and register people in a proper way. May I also say that for the member states most affected, I will leave from here directly to the airport to go to Romania. I will tomorrow morning visit the border between Romania and Ukraine and see with my own eyes the needs that they have there, and also going further on from Romania to Slovakia with the same aim to see what kind of support is needed and what kind of measures is necessary for us to take. Of course, the EU agencies stands ready to support, the Commission stands ready to support, and Member States, it was very clear today, stand stands ready to support the member states most in need of solidarity in this very difficult situation, but also a situation, I must say, that makes me proud of being European. It's such a strong solidarity. It's such so many measures been taken by ordinary people, opening their homes, helping Ukrainians that flee, and I think this is a strong moment of European solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Darmanin, for this occasion. It is, as we all know, it's day 4 of the illegal Russian invasion on Ukraine. And in this totally unjustified military aggression, like in every war, it is usually the civilians that pay the highest price. We are witnessing what could become the largest humanitarian crisis on our European continent in many, many years. The humanitarian needs are growing as we speak. And our number one priority should therefore be the assistance to people affected by this war. And I have urged the ministers today that we'll have a stronger impact if we do this together. EU's joint support for our neighbour in need is of historic importance now. In this respect, I have pointed out the EU Union Civil Protection Mechanism and EU humanitarian assistance as 2 of the important instruments to channel our support to affected Ukrainians inside Ukraine, as well as in neighbouring countries like Moldova and the EU member states bordering Ukraine, where the Ukrainians are now fleeing to. In recent days, Ukraine has already made several requests for EU assistance, asking for all sorts of equipment like emergency medical aid, shelter, civil protection equipment and the like. Our Emergency Response Coordination Centre is already facilitating the delivery of the requested assistance. This was offered by 18 EU member states so far. I also informed the ministers that more support is needed as the needs are rising exponentially. This is why I urge them to respond in a coordinated way through the civil protection mechanism so as to ensure the maximum efficiency of our effort. I have also reassured the ministers that we will support those EU member states that are under greatest pressure should they need assistance with accommodating Ukrainian refugees. Most urgently, however, I underlined that we must step up our support to Moldova. As you know, Moldova is a country with limited resources and it is being overwhelmed by the influx of Ukrainian refugees. As for humanitarian situation overall, currently expected number of displaced Ukrainians is over 7 million people. And in the worst case scenario, if this war of aggression continues, they will find themselves in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. The United Nations is about to launch a flash appeal to address as much of the immense needs as possible, and the Commission, in its preparation for this, has already mobilised €90 million for humanitarian aid, so as to provide an example to other donors who will be called to contribute their support. In closing, I know that humanitarian partners on the ground at the moment are trying to do everything they can. However, due to the ongoing intensive fighting, they are significantly hindered to do their job, and many have been forced to temporarily suspend their activities. This is why I want to conclude by calling on Russia to respect its obligations under the international humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected. Infrastructure delivering essential services must also be protected. Power and water facilities, schools and hospitals, they all must be spared. And civilians must have safe passage to flee. Humanitarian and medical workers must be able to do their life-saving work. But above all, this war of aggression must stop. And we will continue to stand with Ukrainians affected by this unjustified and senseless aggression. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Nous allons à présent prendre vos questions. J'ai une première question de Mark Pieperkorn pour le Volkskrant.
Good afternoon, Mark Peperkorn, Volkskrant, Netherlands. I have two questions. One is for Commissioner Johansson, because she said it's time to activate the temporary protective directive. When are you going to do it? Is this next Wednesday when the college meets, or is it before, but is it at least this week? And secondly, you said it was broadly welcomed. Were there also ministers who said, no, you don't need to do that, or we even don't want it? The second question is for Commissioner Lenarčič, if I pronounce it right. How much money is actually available at this moment for humanitarian aid? Thanks.
Yes, to answer your question, I'm preparing to have a proposal ready for the Council on Thursday, actually. Of course, it's for Gerald, the Council Presidency, to decide what to present to the Council, but we are ready to have it that quick. Not all ministers answered on the question on temporary protection directive, but most of them did, and most of them was very much in favour. Some was a bit questioning, is it time now or should we wait? That was a bit the discussion.
As for the funding, let me first underline the fact that the European Union has been present with humanitarian activities in Ukraine since 2014. And we have been funding those activities in the range of 25 million euro per year on average since then. In view of the exponentially rising needs as we speak, we have decided to more than triple this allocation to 90 million euro, which will be our contribution to the United Nations flash appeal that we expect any hour from now. We hope that EU member states and other donors will also show solidarity with Ukraine. We trust that will be the case, so that the UN flash appeal will be fully funded.
Une question à présent de Pascal Verdeau pour France Télévisions.
Oui, bonjour. C'est une question pour Monsieur Darmanin. À la faveur de cette crise, les choses évoluent très vite et pour la première fois dans son histoire, l'Union européenne vient de briser aujourd'hui un tabou qui est l'achat et la livraison d'armes pour les Ukrainiens. Quelle est la portée, selon vous, de cette décision et est-ce que l'Union européenne, à travers la crise, Union européenne qualifiée souvent de puissance douce, est en train de s'affirmer comme une véritable puissance sur la scène mondiale?
Il ne m'appartient pas, monsieur, de commenter ces informations, puisque aujourd'hui, au Conseil de l'Intérieur et de l'Immigration, nous sommes concentrés sur des sujets tout aussi importants, notamment les 7 millions de personnes qui vont se déplacer en Ukraine, ou malheureusement les centaines de milliers de personnes qui viendront en Europe et qu'il nous faut très rapidement pouvoir accueillir et qui sont déjà accueillies dans de bonnes conditions, aussi bonnes puissent-elles être. Je rappelle d'ailleurs que la grande rapidité avec laquelle nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui permettra, et je l'espère également jeudi, en tout cas la France le souhaitera le mettre à l'ordre du jour, la directive qui permettra de faire la protection temporaire. Mais la souveraineté, c'est l'idée première, vous le savez, du président de la République, celle qui a fondé son action comme président de l'Union européenne pendant ces 6 mois, et nous sommes heureux de voir qu'effectivement ce concept évoqué par le président de la République voilà quelques mois prend désormais corps pour l'ensemble des pays de l'Union européenne et pour l'Union européenne. Il y a d'autres tabous qui sont peut-être en train peut-être d'être levés. Nous avons parlé tout à l'heure avec beaucoup de franchise des passeports dorés qui sont donnés ou qui ont été donnés, je parle au passé, par certains pays, alors pas que de l'Union européenne, mais il y en a aussi dans l'Union européenne, et nous avons dit très clairement, je crois, la Commission européenne, la présidence française au début de l'intervention, mais d'autres pays également, que nous devions arrêter absolument pour l'avenir ce genre de facilité, et nous avons demandé les communications des personnes qui avaient eu ces passeports dorés qui permettaient de pouvoir circuler indépendamment des sanctions que nous pourrions prendre, sachant que les chefs d'État ont pris, vous le savez, une décision très importante qui était la suspension de l'accord de facilitation que nous avions avec la Russie. Donc il y a, à la faveur de cette crise qui est dramatique, évidemment, je crois, des prises de position très fortes des pays de l'Union européenne avec la Commission, et je m'en félicite.
Une question à présent pour Michael Winde de DPA. C'est bon? Monsieur.
Lorenzo Consoli, Asca News Italie. Je voulais poser une question à la présidence, c'est concernant justement ce que Madame la commissaire vient de dire, que ça dépend de la présidence de mettre à l'ordre du jour au prochain conseil formel la proposition de protection temporaire. Et je voulais demander, donc, est-ce que vous allez mettre à l'ordre du jour cette proposition, et est-ce que, ça je demande aussi à la commissaire, vous avez eu le débat, est-ce que vous pensez qu'il y a aujourd'hui la majorité qualifiée nécessaire pour activer cette directive? Et si je peux une dernière chose, c'était un peu ambigu dans la directive. La directive vaut pour 1 an, et après il est possible de prolonger encore pour 6 mois, et si j'ai bien compris, pour encore 6 mois. Donc c'est 1 an plus 1 an, c'est ça? Merci. Alors,
oui, monsieur, la présidence française mettra à l'ordre du jour du Conseil JAI de cette semaine l'adoption que doit proposer la France, donc de la directive de 2001, pardon, et je crois que c'est pour 3 ans, enfin c'est 1 an et renouvelable jusqu'à 3 ans, me semble-t-il, et qui permet effectivement de pouvoir donner des facilités, qui répond à la question de l'asile sans donner totalement l'asile aux personnes. Donc elle a évidemment tout à fait sa réponse aujourd'hui dans la crise que nous connaissons. Il y a eu un long débat de la part des États. J'ai constaté un immense soutien. Il y a eu quelques réserves sur la forme, puisque vous savez que des pays ont parfois pris des législations nationales, mais en même temps ces pays sont parfois ceux qui sont directement en crise et dont nous avons eu évidemment à les soutenir indépendamment de la réunion aujourd'hui à Bruxelles. Et donc je prendrai mon téléphone, comme j'imagine Madame la Commissaire, pour appeler ces pays d'ici le Conseil de jeudi. Mais oui, la France se mettra à l'ordre du jour.
Une question à présent en ligne de Griselda Pastor pour Cadena Ser.
Oupla, merci beaucoup. Écoutez, j'aimerais savoir, est-ce qu'il y a une clé de partage, pardon, pour le réfugié? Est-ce qu'il y a, avec cette directive, excusez-moi, est-ce qu'il y a une façon de partager pour que tout le monde ne reste dans le même pays et que d'une certaine façon tout le monde puisse aider? Est-ce qu'il y a un accord sur ça? Est-ce que ça sera toujours volontaire? Comment est-ce que ça va marcher? Merci beaucoup.
I try to answer that. First, we're talking about Ukrainians that have the visa-free traveling in the whole European Union. So they can go and choose the country where to go, as long as these visas are valid. So that means that we already see a lot of Ukrainians leaving the countries of first entry and going to other member states, especially those member states that have a big Ukrainian populations already. Poland is one of those, but also Italy, Portugal, Spain, Germany, Czech Republic. So they are moving towards other member states and not stacked. For example, the Romanian minister told us that around half of those that have already entered from Ukraine to Romania has left Romania already. So they are moving around to different, where they have their relatives. But having said that, there was also very clear that many ministers clearly said today that this is time for solidarity and relocation if necessary, if member states are in need of that. In the temporary protection directive, there is a solidarity component that is voluntary relocation. But there were also ministers that asked for stronger solidarity measures, and that is also ministers, which I very much welcome, that said now it's time also to make progress on the Pact on Migration and Asylum to have a proper system in place.
Madame.
Anna Vandensky from Europe Diplomatic. I have a question on assessment of this decision to export arms, lethal arms to Ukraine, because every time when there is a conflict, there is always the UN policy of banning the arms export, that it reduces the fight. So do you justify it, and what is your attitude on the influence of this decision on migration and humanitarian crisis?
Moi, je n'ai pas de commentaire à faire sur cette question, comme je l'ai dit à votre prédécesseur.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois que... Ah oui, madame, excusez-moi.
Hello, I have 2+1 questions. I'll start from the last one, which is the number of refugees that you are foreseeing coming to Europe in total. I think it was 7 million, you said, if you can confirm that. Commissioner, you mentioned that some states are saying that this is the time in which the pact, the migration pact, can be finally revised, updated, implemented. Who are the states that are calling for that now? And what about the different, and also, but this is a second question, another question. Right now we see a different attitude from states like Poland and Hungary towards migrants. Of course, we are talking about different type of migrants, but isn't it the type to step up and have the same standards towards migrants that are white and Christians and migrants that are non-white and non-Christians, because otherwise there is, hypothesis of seeming a little bit racist. And also there have been racist episodes on the border of, for instance, Africans that have been trying to flee Ukraine with everybody else and have been blocked by the Polish authorities and are having a lot of trouble to enter. And if you're aware of that, and what measures are you taking to prevent that? Thank you.
On the number of refugees, let me first say that due to the intensity of the fighting, it is extremely difficult to conduct the proper needs assessment of what are the humanitarian needs. So what I mentioned already and what I will mention now are only rough estimates, very rough expectations. United Nations estimates that if this goes on, this war of aggression, there will be around 18 million Ukrainians that will be affected in humanitarian terms, be it in Ukraine proper or in the neighboring countries. United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees has its own estimate of 4 million refugees from Ukraine. And the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs estimates that there will be more than 7 million Ukrainians internally displaced within Ukraine. At any rate, even though these are very rough estimates, the figures are big. And we will have to prepare for this kind of emergency, which is of historical proportions.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. I'll try to speak into this. So, yes, for this, all people that need to flee from the war in Ukraine should be welcome to the European Union. There are third country nationals that have been staying as students, for example, in Ukraine. If they come to the European Union, we stand ready to help them to get back to their country of origin. If there are people in need of international protection, they can apply for asylum in the European Union. And for the pact, thanks to the French presidency and especially Gérald personally and also President Macron, we now have a new momentum when it comes to progress on the difficult but very important negotiations on the pact on migration and asylum. And I'm looking forward to the next council meeting on Thursday. Hopefully we can make some progress already there. So I think it's clear to everybody now that what we need to manage migration in the European Union is not one solution for one situation or one member state. It's a comprehensive approach, and we have that in the pact to deal with different kind of migration issued from different member states under different circumstances. So I hope that this will be possible to make progress.
Merci beaucoup à toutes et tous.
Merci à vous.
тому і злилися.
Shelter our sky! 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 Shelter our sky!
Хто там має промовити?
Будь ласка, відтягніться чуть-чуть назад. Чуть-чуть, будь ласка, назад. Чуть-чуть, прошу всім. Чуть-чуть назад. Трошки назад, хлопці, будь ласка. Так, чуть-чуть назад.
Guys, back up a little bit. Back up, please. Glory to Ukraine!
Ladies and gentlemen! Ladies and gentlemen!
Guys, he wants
Ladies and gentlemen! Шановна громада! Шановна громада!
Будь ласка, будьте тише. Людина хоче щось сказати.
Давай, кажи.
Шановна громада!
Є чути?
Ну а як? Шановна громада!
attention!
Хвильку уваги!
Уваги!
Увага!
Увага!
Я прошу хвилину уваги вислухати наших промовців. Fellow Ukrainian Americans, would you kindly pay attention to our speakers? Прошу хвилину уваги. Дякую. Dear fellow Ukrainian Americans, dear friends of freedom worldwide that have gathered here in Washington, D.C., in front of the White House to express our concerns, to demand assistance for Ukraine in this time of peril as the country is facing an onslaught of Russian aggression and war. I want to read you something from a press release about an event. Russia's invasion is an egregious violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity. Fabricating threats where none existed. Russia claims to protect the Russian language in Ukraine. With that pretext, Russia can invade Kazakhstan, the Baltics, New York City, Los Angeles, or even Israel. Russia's aggression violates international norms and laws, multiple treaties and agreements. This action sets a dangerous precedent. Leaders who feel that their country has historic claim to territory can use Putin's example. This media release was not issued for our rally today. This media release was issued on March 4th, 2014, as Ukraine was invaded by Russia in Crimea. 8 years later, we ask the White House and we stand before the White House once again, asking to stop Putin. Stop Putin! Stop Putin now! Putin now! Stop 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 Putin now! sponsor of terror. Designate Putin a war criminal. Designate Putin a war criminal. These
Putin is a war criminal. 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 Putin is a war criminal.
We want to provide for the United States to provide defensive lethal weapons, military equipment to Ukraine, including anti-aircraft weapons. Institute a NATO no-fly zone over Ukraine. Do not fly over Ukraine. Do not fly over Ukraine.
Do not fly over Ukraine. Do not fly over Ukraine. Do not fly over Ukraine. Do not fly over Ukraine. Do not fly over Ukraine. Do not fly over Ukraine. Do not fly over NATO. Close the sky. 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 NATO. Wake up, Biden! 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 Wake up, Biden!
Provided to Ukraine. But we want more assistance to Ukraine. We want U.S. to arm Ukraine. USA, 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 arm Ukraine. Give Ukraine a fighting chance.
Give Ukraine a fighting chance. Give Ukraine a fighting chance.
Give Ukraine a fighting chance. Give Ukraine a fighting chance. Give Ukraine a fighting chance. Give Ukraine a fighting chance. When do we want this? Now! 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 What do we want? USA, arm Ukraine! 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 USA, arm Ukraine!
Criminal! Putin is a world criminal! Arm Ukraine! USA! Arm Ukraine!
USA, arm Ukraine! USA, arm Ukraine! Putin is a war criminal!
Putin is a war criminal! Putin is a war criminal!
Putin is a war criminal!
Putin is a war criminal! Putin is a war criminal!
Sponsors terrorism! Russia
Sponsors terrorism!
Russia sponsors terrorism! Russia sponsors terrorism! Russia sponsors terrorism! Russia sponsors terrorism! Russia sponsors terrorism!
Russia sponsors terrorism! Russia sponsors...
Please like, share, and subscribe. Sorry it's bouncy. This is raw. Друзі, давайте трошечки відступимо, зробимо більшу площадочку. Друзі, чуть-чуть відступимо, зробимо більшу площадку. Будь ласка, чуть-чуть назад, чуть-чуть назад. Please give us more space, please. Не займайте цю площадку, друзі, чуть-чуть розійдіться.
Слава Україні! Героям слава! Слава Україні! Героям слава! Послухайте мене, люди, уважно. Ми сьогодні зібралися на мітинг. Я сама галичанка, народжена у Львові. І я дуже переживаю за своїх батьків, за своїх дітей. Чому Путін зазіхнув на нашу територію? Чому він говорить, що Донецьк то є його, Луганськ то є його, Крим це його? Неправда! Такого не було і не буде! Чому вони на нас говорять, що ми бандерівці? Вони нас бояться! Вони трясуться від нас! Вони напали на нашу державу! І вони загинуть в нашій державі! Київ охрестив Москву! Київ Москву поховає! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам! Слава нації! Смерть ворогам! Дякую! Підтримуємо Україну! Підтримуємо! Ми українці! Ми за кордоном! Ми тяжко працюємо, але ми підтримуємо!
Путина! Stop Putin now! 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 Glory to Ukraine! Glory to Ukraine!
Putin now! Stop 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 Putin now!
Stop Putin now! Stop Putin now! Stop Putin now! Stop Putin now! Stop Putin now! Stop Putin now! Stop Putin now! Ні слава, ні воля, ще нам, браття українці,
show yourself at such an event. But out of respect for the representative of Azerbaijan, прошу будьте трошка спокойнейшими. Thank you very much. My name is Ramis Yunus. I'm former Chief of Staff of Government of Azerbaijan. I'm former Chief of Staff of Parliament of Azerbaijan. I came in the United States 20 years ago. I'm American citizen. Question, why I'm here? Because today Ukraine and his heroic people protect not only his sovereignty and territorial integrity. They defending United States and our values. They protect Europe and Europe values, and especially post-Soviet area, include my native country, Azerbaijan. Today, victory of Ukraine, it is victory from my country, because we have Russian soldiers in my country, and your victory help us kick out these troops from my native country. Your victory, it is victory for Georgia. It is your victory help Georgia kick out Russian troops from Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Your victory is victory of Moldova. They can help Moldova population kick out Russian soldiers from Transnistria, Pridnestrovia, long time ago. You have to know today history repeating itself. In December 14, 1939, you remember, Soviet Union was kicked out from League of Nations. Aggression against Finland. Today, we need to kick out Russia from United Nations Security Council. And Russia take away for veto right from United States Security Council, because always Russia use this right against international law. Because I'm staying here and saying, Slava Ukraine! Slava Ukraine! Slava Ukraine! And let me say something in Russian language for Russian citizens who can see right now our meeting. Граждане России, меня зовут Рамис Юнус. Я гражданин США, родом из Азербайджана. Почему я сегодня здесь, я объяснил на английском. Теперь я хочу на русском объяснить тем, кто нас будет смотреть в России. Вы должны понять, что сегодня весь мир стоит рядом с Украиной. Сегодня в моем городе, в Баку, в Азербайджане, перед посольством Украины, многотысячный митинг. Эти митинги идут по всему миру. Вы должны видеть, что сегодня против вашей страны, из-за вашего правительства, которое повторяет историю Гитлера, весь мир ополчился. Задайтесь вопросом, если вы не хотите повторять судьбу немецкого народа после Второй мировой войны, вы должны сегодня проснуться и сказать: Путин, хватит, ты нас позоришь, вон из России. Потому что вы должны понять главную вещь. У нас в Азербайджане на востоке говорят, тот, кто идет в ад, с собой хочет взять кого-нибудь еще. Если вы не хотите идти в ад, как Гитлер потащил за собой немецкий народ, народ, который родил Баха, Бетховена, а вы русский народ, который родил Чайковского, Пушкина, и вы идете вместе с ним в ад, тогда задайтесь этим вопросом. Фазиль Искендер говорил, порядочность не предопределяет героичности.
Wake up, Biden! Wake up, Biden! Wake up, Biden! Wake up, Biden! Wake up, Biden!
Wake up, Biden!
I think they're spies, to be honest with you.
Stop genocide in Ukraine! Stop genocide in Ukraine! Stop genocide in
Не отмойтесь, поэтому просыпайтесь. Хуже быть уже не может. Слава Украине! Слава Украине! Слава Украине!
Save Ukraine, save the world! 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 Save Ukraine, save the world!
USA, arm Ukraine! 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 USA, arm Ukraine!
USA, arm Ukraine! USA, arm Ukraine! USA, arm Ukraine! USA, arm Ukraine! Arm Ukraine!
When do we want it?
Now!
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 What do we want?
USA, arm Ukraine!
USA, arm Ukraine! USA, arm Ukraine! USA, arm Ukraine!
USA, arm Ukraine! Arm Ukraine!
Close the sky! 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 Close the sky!
Close the sky!
Душу тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Душу тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Oh, fuck, we should have. Stuff everybody knows. There's another Ukrainian issue. You see everything.
Putin is a war criminal. Putin is war criminal. Putin is war criminal.
Putin is war criminal. Putin is war criminal.
We need ammo, not a lie. 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 We need ammo, not a lie.
If they, no, you had them like that. I can see it on the video. They come down face off right here. I have a nice iPhone in their forehead. And then when he came up, you're like this, and after it's different calls back there, then you bring it down.
Гана не будет. 8980-е заседание Совета Безопасности объявляется открытым. Предварительная повестка дня данного заседания гласит: письмо постоянного представителя Украины при Организации Объединенных Наций от 28 февраля 2014 года на имя председателя Совета Безопасности. С 2014-136. Повестка дня утверждается. На основании правила 37 временных правил процедуры Совета я приглашаю принять участие в данном заседании представителя Украины. Решение принимается. Сейчас Совет Безопасности приступит к рассмотрению пункта 2 повестки дня. На рассмотрении членов Совета находится документ С-2022-160, текст проекта резолюции, представленного Албанией и Соединенными Штатами Америки. Совет готов приступить к голосованию по проекту резолюции, находящемуся на его рассмотрении. Сейчас я поставлю данный проект резолюции на голосование. Прошу голосующих за проект резолюции, содержащийся в документе С-2022-160, поднять руку. Прошу голосующих прошу тех, кто против, поднять руку. Прошу воздержавшихся поднять руку. Результаты голосования следующие. 11 голосов за, 1 голос против, 3 воздержались. В соответствии с тем, что в соответствии со сложившейся практикой в Совете Безопасности данный вопрос и данное голосование носило процедурный характер, проект резолюции считается принятым в качестве резолюции 2623-2022. Сейчас я предоставляю слово тем членам Совета, которые хотели бы выступить с заявлениями после голосования. И я предоставляю слово представителю Соединенных Штатов.
Colleagues, on Friday night, we stood together outside this chamber to declare that the Russian veto would not stop us from holding Russia accountable for invading a sovereign state, a state that dared to be a democracy. Russia vetoed Friday's resolution, but as I have said before, Russia cannot veto our voices, Russia cannot veto the Ukrainian people, and Russia cannot veto the UN Charter. Russia cannot and will not veto accountability. Now the Security Council has taken an important step forward toward that accountability. For the first time in decades, it has called for an emergency special session in the General Assembly. The Council members who supported this resolution recognize that this is no ordinary moment. We need to take extraordinary actions to meet this threat to our international system and do everything we can to help Ukraine and its people. Just this morning, President Putin put Russia's nuclear forces on high alert, even though he is invading a country with no nuclear weapons and is under no threat from NATO, a defensive alliance that will not fight in Ukraine. This is another escalatory and unnecessary step that threatens us all. We urge Russia to tone down its dangerous rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons. These are issues that affect all member states. And now in the General Assembly, they can all make their voices heard on Russia's war of choice. We will then vote on a resolution that will hold Russia to account for its indefensible actions and for its violations of the UN Charter. As we speak, rockets continue to rain down on Kyiv and across Ukraine. Tanks are tearing through cities. Russia readies still more brutal weaponry. Bombs that flatten cities and indiscriminately target civilians for an unjustifiable assault fabricated out of lies and the rewriting of history. Russia also propagates outrageous lies about Ukraine's conduct in its own defense. We are alarmed by the mounting reports of civilian casualties, videos of Russians' forces moving exceptionally lethal weaponry into Ukraine, and the widespread destruction of civilian facilities like residences, schools, and hospitals. To the Russian officers and soldiers, I say, the world is watching. Photographic and video evidence is mounting, and you will be held to account for your actions. We will not let atrocities slide. Those of us here, safely sitting in this hallowed hall, have a moral responsibility to respond to Russia's desecration of human life. That means humanitarian aid, like the thermal blankets USAID has already airlifted to tens of thousands of Ukrainians in need, and the recently announced $54 million in additional humanitarian assistance that will reach hundreds of thousands more. That means military support, including the additional $350 million of security assistance the United States is shipping to Ukraine. And it means holding the sole aggressor, Russia, accountable for its actions. That will take some courage from some fellow member states, and I know that. They have shown strength. By the inspiration, I would like to stress, for the inspiration, I would ask you to look to the Ukrainian people. They have shown strength, courage, and resilience in the face of Russian guns and soldiers and bombs and rockets. They also maintain the courage to sit down and talk. We welcome their continued willingness to participate in peace talks. On Friday night, darkness descended on Kyiv. Missiles attacked a sheltering city. But the next morning, Ukrainians woke up to a new citizen, a baby girl born to a mother in a bomb shelter. The baby's name is Mia. Photos of her tiny hand gripping her mother as they hid underground have inspired the world. Let us have the courage of Mia's mother. Let us have the courage of the Ukrainian people standing bravely to defend their democracy, their way of life, and their futures. Let us show them that they are not alone, that the world stands behind them, that the United Nations has a purpose, that the additional bravery of the protesters in Russia is not in vain. Let us do everything we can to help the people of Ukraine as they stand up for themselves, for their sovereign country, and for their children. Thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас предоставляю слово представителю Албании.
Dear colleagues, Albania voted in favor and welcomes the adoption of this resolution. Formally, this short text is of purely procedural nature, but its significance is of historic proportions. Last Friday, Evita tried to lock the UN at a time when we need it most. Not anymore. Those 5 lines of the text we just adopted open the big doors of the place where the world meets, the UN General Assembly, to speak out and condemn an unprovoked and unjustified pure act of aggression. The UNGA emergency session is all about condemning an unprovoked war. It is all about upholding the UN Charter. It is about sending a clear and iron-strong message of what is acceptable and what is not, including to the Russian citizens who need to listen to the world and hear it. Russia must be stopped in its attempt to break the international rules-based order to replace it with its will. All member states, especially the small ones like mine, which constitute the majority of the UN, must remember that international law, rules, and the UN Charter are their best friend, their best army, their best defense, their best insurance. Russia's actions undermine them. It is time to learn from the past mistakes, not repeat and perpetuate them. Russia can, at any moment, come back to reason, stop the war, recall its invading troops, go back to talks, but real talks for peace, not for surrender and capitulation. But this needs lucidity, courage, and wisdom, not threats for apocalypse. As we said last Friday, this is no time to stay idle or look away. It's time to stand up. Ukraine and Ukrainians are resisting. My staying и будем стоять с Украиной. Thank you.
Спасибо. Я предоставляю слово представителю Франции.
Monsieur le Président, vendredi, la Fédération de Russie était seule au sein de ce Conseil pour entraver l'adoption d'une résolution coparrainée par 82 États membres des Nations Unies. Celle-ci demandait la fin de l'agression de l'Ukraine. La France n'accepte pas ce blocage. C'est la raison pour laquelle, aujourd'hui, elle a voté en faveur de cette nouvelle résolution qui demande la convocation d'une session spéciale de l'Assemblée générale. Le Conseil de sécurité reste saisi. La France restera mobilisée en son sein pour qu'il assume sa responsabilité principale du maintien de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. Dans ce contexte, le président de la République française, Emmanuel Macron, a souhaité que le Conseil de sécurité se réunisse dès demain sur la situation humanitaire en Ukraine. La France portera avec le Mexique un projet de résolution afin de garantir un accès humanitaire sans entrave pour répondre aux besoins urgents des populations restées en Ukraine. Monsieur le Président, face à ceux qui tentent d'imposer la loi du plus fort, la communauté internationale doit démontrer son unité, sa solidarité et la primauté du droit. La France se tient fermement aux côtés de l'Ukraine et de sa population. Je vous remercie.
Я благодарю представителя Франции и предоставляю слово представителю Ирландии.
Mr. President, Ireland once again strongly condemns the Russian Federation's further invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign and independent country. Since we last met on Friday, the Russian Federation has intensified its unjustified and unprovoked attack against Ukraine. Russia's aggression is causing mounting hardship and suffering for the people of Ukraine, who have shown remarkable resilience and resolve. Ireland stands in full solidarity with them today. Mr. President, this Council has a responsibility to act in the face of conflict and to respond to this grave threat to international peace and security. We have failed to exercise that responsibility. We were rendered powerless to do so in spite of the clear will of 11 members of this Council by the Russian Federation's use of the veto in a flagrant attempt to excuse its own military aggression against Ukraine, a fellow member of our United Nations. The use of this anachronistic veto in these terrible and tragic circumstances is reprehensible and undermines the legitimacy of this Council in the eyes of the watching world. However, the veto will not prevent the international community from responding to Russia's blatant breaches of international law, nor will it deter us from holding Russia accountable for its actions. Ireland voted in favour of this draft resolution to decide to call an emergency special session of the General Assembly. Ireland calls on our fellow members of the General Assembly to step up where the Council has failed, to uphold the principles of the UN Charter, to condemn aggression and to support a return to the path of diplomacy and peace. This is the very least that the people of Ukraine deserve from us in their hour of need. We cannot let them down. Thank you.
Спасибо. Я предоставляю слово представителю Мексики.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. El pasado viernes 25 de febrero, como consecuencia del ejercicio del veto, el Consejo de Seguridad no pudo cumplir con su responsabilidad primordial de mantener la paz y la seguridad internacionales, al no haberse podido adoptar un proyecto de resolución en relación con la situación en Ucrania, a pesar de contar con 11 votos afirmativos. Ante la parálisis del Consejo de Seguridad, hoy invocamos la resolución 377, Unión Pro Paz, para convocar con urgencia un período extraordinario de sesiones de la Asamblea General. Desde 1945, México ha mantenido una postura inquebrantable en contra del ejercicio del veto por parte de los miembros permanentes del Consejo de Seguridad. Como hemos sostenido en reiteradas ocasiones y hoy refrendamos, esta facultad no debería ser un privilegio. En todo caso, constituye una enorme y muy delicada responsabilidad. En consecuencia, México apoya sin ambajes la convocatoria al 11º período extraordinario de sesiones de emergencia de la Asamblea General. Y como lo ha mencionado el representante permanente de Francia, convocaremos a una sesión para analizar la situación humanitaria que prevalece en el terreno y facilitar que la ayuda llegue pronto a quienes más la necesitan. Gracias, presidente.
Спасибо. Я предоставляю слово представителю Китая.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生，当前乌克兰局势急剧变化，中方已多次明确阐述在乌克兰问题上的立场，这一立场没有变化。我们认为，当务之急是各方必须保持必要的克制，避免乌克兰局势进一步恶化。中方支持和鼓励一切有利于和平解决乌克兰危机的外交努力，欢迎俄罗斯同乌克兰尽快举行直接对话谈判。同时，中方支持欧方与俄罗斯就欧洲安全问题进行平等对话，秉持安全不可分割理念，最终形成平衡、有效、可持续的欧洲安全机制。中方认为，联合国安理会要以地区和平稳定为重，以各方普遍安全为重，为解决乌克兰问题发挥建设性作用。联合国采取的行动应当有利于紧张局势降温，有利于推动外交解决，避免激化矛盾。谢谢你，主席先生。
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю слово представителю Соединенного Королевства.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The United Kingdom welcomes the result of this vote today. By voting in favour of convening an emergency special session of the General Assembly on Ukraine tomorrow, the members of this Council have laid bare Russia's diplomatic impotence. Russia again was isolated in opposing this resolution. But Russia cannot stop the world from coming together to condemn its invasion of Ukraine. As each day passes in this unprovoked and unjustified war, support for the people of Ukraine, their plight and their fight for freedom grows. So we urge all members of the United Nations to use their voice tomorrow to call for the immediate withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukraine and end this war. Thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас предоставляю слово представителю Индии.
Mr. President, it is regrettable that the situation in Ukraine has worsened further since the Council last convened on this matter. We reiterate our call for immediate cessation of violence and an end to all hostilities. There is no other choice but to return back to the path of diplomacy and dialogue. Our Prime Minister has advocated this strongly in his recent conversations with the leadership of the Russian Federation and Ukraine. In this regard, we welcome today's announcement by both sides to hold talks at the Belarus border. The global order is anchored on international law, UN Charter, and respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of all states. We are all agreed on these principles. We continue to be deeply concerned about the safety and security of Indian nationals, including a large number of Indian students who are still stranded in Ukraine. Our evacuation efforts have been adversely impacted by the complex and uncertain situation at the border crossings. It is important to maintain an uninterrupted and predictable movement of people. It is an urgent humanitarian necessity that must be immediately addressed. Taking into consideration the totality of circumstances, we decided to abstain. Thank you.
Спасибо. Я предоставляю слово представителю Норвегии.
Norway voted in favor of the draft resolution. Just 2 days ago, in this chamber, we all saw that Russia was isolated and had no support for its attack on Ukraine. Russia's action is unacceptable. Russia is wrong. Russia is the aggressor that violates the very core principles of international law that the United Nations stands for. On Friday, this Council failed its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. The Council's response to the breach of the peace and the act of aggression failed because of the veto by the aggressor itself. Preventing such acts is a direct responsibility of this Council. Therefore, it was necessary to reconvene today to decide to call an emergency special session of the General Assembly on this issue. Now we will take this matter to the General Assembly with the purpose of making appropriate recommendation to members for collective measures. Russia will be held accountable. The civilian population, including children, is suffering the consequences of this horrifying conflict: killings, displacement, and disappearances, fighting in and around urban areas, and the use of heavy explosive weapons, destruction of civilian infrastructure. We remain deeply concerned about the protected harm to the civilian population. Norway is on the side of the Ukrainian people and its government. We are providing further assistance to Ukraine. The Norwegian government has today decided to provide $226 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Let me conclude by reiterating that Norway insists that the Russian Federation immediately, completely, and unconditionally stops all fighting and withdraws all its forces from the territory of Ukraine. Thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю слово представителю Бразилии.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last Friday, my delegation laid out before the Council a comprehensive view of its concerns regarding the security developments in and around Ukraine. Nothing in the intervening period has led us to having had those concerns allayed. On the contrary, in fact, as we speak, the number of casualties, the human suffering, and the risks to international peace and security keep increasing by the hour. Indeed, UNHCR numbers recently spread already place the number of refugees at 422,000. We have voted in favor of the draft resolution before the Council, despite misgivings about its timing and its contribution to achieving peace. These misgivings stem ultimately from our unyielding commitment of respect for and interest in upholding the Charter and the role of the Security Council. The urgency of the situation has convinced us of the need to add the voice of the General Assembly to that of the Security Council in seeking solutions to the crisis in and around Ukraine. This in no way detracts from our firm belief that the Council, with its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, has not yet exhausted the instruments and mechanisms at its disposal to contribute to a negotiated and diplomatic solution towards peace. Therefore, we reiterate our call for an immediate cessation of hostilities, for full respect to humanitarian law, and for a renewed attempt within the Council for the promotion of and support to a process of dialogue between the parties involved, a role that the Council is inherently better equipped to provide in order to bring a peaceful solution to the Ukrainian conflict. The Security Council and the General Assembly must work together. As we renew our calls for an immediate ceasefire, we also appeal to Ukraine and Russia to facilitate the withdrawal of all persons who want to leave the Ukrainian territory. Brazil already wishes to express its gratitude to Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Moldova, Romania, and others who are facilitating the exit of people fleeing the conflict, in particular Brazilians and Latin Americans. Mr. President, let us be exceedingly cautious in moving forward in the General Assembly. The supply of weapons, the recourse to cyber attacks, and the application of selective sanctions, which could affect sectors such as fertilizers and wheat, with a strong risk of famine, entail the risk of exacerbating the conflict and not of solving it. We cannot be oblivious to the fact that these measures enhance the risks of wider and direct confrontation between NATO and Russia. It is our duty, both in the Council and in the General Assembly, to stop and reverse this escalation. We need to engage in serious negotiations in good faith that could allow the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity, security guarantees for Ukraine and Russia, and strategic stability in Europe. I thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю слово Габону.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Conseil se réunit ce dimanche dans l'objectif de donner écho au message sans équivoque de la communauté internationale contre la guerre en Ukraine. Comme nous l'avons déclaré devant ce Conseil il y a tout juste 2 jours, nous réitérons notre attachement constant aux principes qui fondent la Charte des Nations Unies et qui s'imposent à chacun de ses États membres. Nous avons également foi en la solidarité internationale et au multilatéralisme. C'est au nom de ces valeurs qui confèrent à notre charte, à notre organisation, toute sa pertinence et sa noblesse, que nous avons voté en faveur de la tenue d'une réunion spéciale urgente de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies sur l'Ukraine. Nos pensées sont à cet instant pour les innocents qui essuient les affres d'une guerre qu'ils n'ont ni choisie ni provoquée, pour ces milliers de civils qui fuient leurs maisons, leurs villes, leur pays pour trouver refuge ailleurs. Mon pays est très préoccupé par les attaques contre des civils et contre des biens publics civils et appelle à la désescalade. Nous appelons les belligérants à s'abstenir de toute utilisation ou menace d'utilisation d'armes dont les effets seraient indiscriminés. Pour terminer, le Gabon continue d'appeler à un cessez-le-feu immédiat et à la reprise d'un dialogue franc et sincère. Il est encore temps, il est toujours temps de choisir le dialogue et la diplomatie à la logique de la force. Je vous remercie.
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю слово Объединенным Арабским Эмиратам.
Mr. President, the UAE regrets that the situation in Ukraine has worsened since our last meeting and reiterates its call for a cessation of hostilities. We remain steadfast in our belief that dialogue and diplomacy should be the only path to resolving differences. We therefore welcome today's news that talks may commence tomorrow morning on the Ukraine-Belarus border. This is urgent and much needed. We will work tirelessly to support efforts towards a peaceful resolution. As we conveyed on Friday, the developments in Ukraine undermine regional and international peace and security. The UAE reiterates that the protection of civilians in Ukraine is of the utmost importance, particularly as the security situation escalates. Civilians trying to reach safety must be able to leave unhindered. It is of paramount importance that necessary humanitarian aid is delivered to those in need. Space for humanitarian assistance must be preserved so humanitarian actors can maintain access to civilians. We emphasize the importance of upholding international humanitarian law and mitigating the impact of this conflict on the most vulnerable. We reiterate once again the absolute need to uphold the principles of the UN Charter, in particular respect for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all member states. I thank you.
Спасибо. Сейчас я предоставляю слово представителю Ганы.
Mr. President, let me begin by acknowledging the dangerous moments we live in and noting the necessity for diplomacy to triumph over war. I therefore urge that even in this difficult moment, and as diplomatic representatives of our states, we maintain the commitment of our states to dialogue and the objectives of peace. Last Friday, because of the exercise of the veto, this Council was unable to assume its primary responsibility to act on a threat to international peace and security following the Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine. It is time for the General Assembly to assume its residual responsibility and to pronounce itself on the matter. And it is for this reason that Ghana voted for this resolution just adopted. As we consider the resolution we have just adopted, It is important that we do so with sobriety, not only for this generation, but also for those whose blood and toil speak to us from the restless graves of the two world wars. As a condition for becoming a member of the United Nations, we have all declared to accept the obligations contained in the Charter in averment of our peace-loving nature. Today, the peace we say we love is threatened. Ghana therefore calls on all member states to participate in the emergency special session of the General Assembly in a constructive manner, to unite around the call for peace in stopping this unjustified war that has already caused the needless loss of many lives. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Спасибо. Сейчас я сделаю выступление в качестве представителя Российской Федерации. Российская Федерация проголосовала против представленного проекта в связи с тем, что его авторы предлагают расписаться в том, что Совет Безопасности не способен реализовать свою основную ответственность по поддержанию международного мира и безопасности. При этом мы не увидели даже намека на попытку найти конструктивное решение в Совете. Ведь мы 2 дня назад заблокировали уже один проект именно по той причине, что он был однобоким и несбалансированным. Никаких новых инициатив мы не увидели. Совет ООН и Совет Безопасности создавались в послевоенный период с целью избежать ужасов новой войны. Для этого мировые державы согласились договариваться между собой, в идеале находить консенсус. И в любом случае не пытаться навязывать свои решения друг другу или пытаться игнорировать интересы кого-либо из членов пятерки. Именно поэтому в Совете предусмотрено право блокировать решения для постоянных членов. Это не привилегия, а инструмент обеспечения столь необходимого для всего мира баланса интересов, а через него и глобальной стабильности. Попытка обойти позицию России и проигнорировать ее противоречит самой основе Устава ООН. Надо не продавливать подобные схемы, а пытаться искать точки соприкосновения, как бы этого ни пытались избежать наши западные партнеры. В том числе, когда они проигнорировали наши легитимные озабоченности в связи с политикой НАТО и нарушением западными странами базовых принципов ОБСЕ о неделимости безопасности. Сейчас нужно сосредоточиться на исправлении ситуации, приведшей к кризису, который мы переживаем. Он начался не с запуском российской специальной военной операции на Украине, а гораздо раньше, тогда, когда вы 8 лет делали вид, что не замечаете преступлений украинских националистов на Донбассе. И у вас опять сегодня не нашлось ни одного слова сострадания к жителям Донбасса. Ведь именно разрушенные вооруженными силами Украины и националистами дома на Донбассе западные СМИ сейчас чаще всего беззастенчиво выдают за последствия нашей военной операции на Украине. И сегодня на этом заседании мы вновь слышим вранье и фейки, а не избирательные бомбардировки украинских городов, больниц и школ. Российская армия не угрожает мирным жителям Украины, не обстреливает мирные объекты. Угрозу для них сейчас представляют украинские националисты, фактически взявшие в заложники жителей Украины и прикрывающиеся ими как живым щитом. Есть множество свидетельств, распространяемых простыми украинцами, о том, что националисты, невзирая на их протесты, размещают тяжелую технику и системы залпового огня в жилых кварталах. Это вопиющее нарушение международного гуманитарного права, которое должно получить должное осуждение. По сути, это та же тактика, которую применяют террористы ИГИЛ. Вся ответственность за возможные последствия лежит на майданном режиме. Жителям Украины угрожает также бесконтрольная раздача радикалами и властью всем желающим, включая специально выпущенных из тюрем преступникам, оружие, которое уже стреляет в руках грабителей и мародеров. В соцсетях достаточно подтверждений этому от жителей Киева и других городов. Это демонстрирует бездумное отношение украинской власти к своим гражданам. Сейчас против России в соцсетях развязана информационная война. Поскольку свидетельств разрушения гражданской инфраструктуры российскими военными нет, за таковые выдаются украинские удары и ошибочные попадания, а также кадры и видеоролики из Донбасса, фиксирующие как раз преступления украинских националистов. Кроме того, в соцсетях размещены целые обучающие пособия о том, как снять фейки, порочащие нашу военную операцию. А всего по украинским соцсетям гуляет сегодня 1,2 миллиона подобных фейков. Призываю наших коллег не способствовать распространению подобной дезинформации, хотя, боюсь, эти призывы вновь не будут услышаны. Сейчас я возобновляю свои функции председателя Совета Безопасности и предоставляю слово представителю Украины.
Distinguished members of the Security Council, I would like to express my gratitude to those of you who have supported the request to call the UN General Assembly emergency session. I immediately express my regret that once again the Rule 20 of the provisional rules of the Security Council has not been properly applied by the presidency. However, I express my relief that this rape of the institute of the presidency of the UN Security Council will be over in less than 48 hours. For those who appear to see no reason in supporting the request to have the emergency session, despite my yesterday's letter sent to all of you, but the representative of the aggressor, I would like just to tell you the following. Do you know the most often warning now in the most of Ukrainian cities? Attention, air raids, please proceed to the shelters. And I do recommend you to look at the pictures and footages of what happened afterwards, day to day, night to night. I will continue to invite all members of the Security Council to join the catharsis, this purgation of this institution that will only save this institution for next generations. Russia persists in its aggression despite the initial plan of Blitzkrieg. And it failed, and we all see it. This failure prompted the bloody and mad Russian leadership to order heavy shellings of the residential areas, critical infrastructure and storages of hazard materials in retaliation for Ukrainian resilience and resistance. It is extremely alarming that the Russian president has resorted today to open nuclear blackmail. The world must take this threat very seriously. Excellencies, now the most intense fighting occurs around the Ukrainian capital, as well as in the northeast, Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernigiv, and in the south, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Mariupol. Long-range operational and tactical aircraft, high-precision long-range weapons, multiple rocket launcher systems are widely used against the Ukrainians. Among the most telling recent examples of Russian course of action in Ukraine, missile strike on the town of Vasilki, which is practically a suburb of the capital. A missile hit the oil depot, causing a large-scale fire. It was also shelling in Kharkiv that damaged the gas pipeline. According to the Ukrainian Health Minister Viktor Lyashko, at least 16 children were killed since 24 February 2022, when a large-scale military aggression against Ukraine was launched. On February 26, a 7-year-old girl who had been seriously wounded during the shelling of the kindergarten son in the city of Akhtirka died. On the same day, due to the shelling and gunshots, one child was killed and 2 wounded in the National Children's Hospital Ahmadit in Kyiv. Due to threat of air raids, maternity hospitals in a number of Ukrainian cities, including Kyiv, Kharkiv, Sumy, Irpin, Bucha, to name just a few, could not operate normally. Ukrainian children are born in bomb shelters. According to the Ministry of Education of Ukraine, as of now, more than 350,000 school children have no access to education. 33 schools with over 5,500 students are closed due to severe insecurity in civil areas. Today I have brought these appalling facts to the attention of the UNICEF, asking to respond immediately to the situation, give proper qualification to the actions of the Russian Federation, and take all possible measures to stop further deaths and violence against children in Ukraine due to the blatant Russian aggression. I sent it by the diplomatic note, and I'm looking forward to work with the UNICEF on the issue. The losses of the enemy as early February 27 have amounted to nearly 4,300 personnel killed and over 200 taken as prisoners of war. The detailed information is posted by the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Distinguished members of the Security Council, as always, Russia denies that its soldiers are taken prisoners, taken prisoners are recognized, or the soldiers that are killed are recognized. In this regard, Ukraine has opened a hotline entitled "Come Back Alive from Ukraine" for relatives of Russian soldiers who are not aware of their whereabouts and cannot contact them. The hotline is opened by the government of Ukraine. Over 100 calls from Russian mothers were received during the first hour of its work. It is unfortunate, however, that today, pursuant to the decision of the Prosecutor General of the Russian Federation, the line and the dedicated website has been shut down. So I want to use this opportunity to read the telephone number for anyone in Russia who would like to call and ask about the killed or taken prisoners or soldiers who are taken prisoners in Ukraine and inquire about their well-being. It is 380 89 42 01 86 0. We will distribute this information after the meeting, and I hope that after I read this number, the Russian Federation and its government would not shut down the website of the United Nations. We condemn that Belarus is being deeply engaged in the armed aggression against Ukraine. Since the beginning of the Russian aggression, this country has provided its territory for Russian offensive. Today, the Ukrainian city of Zhytomyr, in fact, the airport of Zhytomyr, was hit by Iskander missiles launched from the territory of Belarus. What an invitation for the negotiations at the border of Belarus. Or was it an escalation and raising stakes by the aggressor on the eve of the negotiations? Excellencies, Ukraine filed a case against the Russian Federation at the International Court of Justice. And the request for the court to issue an order of provisional measures against Russia. We will distribute this information, and very soon, if it's not already there, it will be available on the site of the court. Ukraine seeks an emergency hearing and an order by the court that Russia must cease its unlawful attack on Ukraine. Russia will have to answer for its behavior at the World Court in The Hague. The court has jurisdiction to hear Ukraine's case and to order emergency measures on the basis of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, so-called Genocide Convention. The Genocide Convention is one of the most important international treaties drafted in response to the horrors of the World War II and the Holocaust. Russia, however, has twisted the concept of genocide and perverted the solemn treaty obligation to prevent and punish genocide. It has made an absurd and unfounded claim of alleged genocide as a justification and pretext for its own aggression against Ukraine and violation of the sovereignty and human rights of the Ukrainian people. Ukraine's case before the ICJ will establish that Russia's aggression against Ukraine is based on a lie and a gross violation of international law and must be stopped. As the Ukrainian people continue to bravely stand against Russian aggression, Russia's lies will be exposed, and Russia's contempt for international law will be confirmed. Ukraine will bring Russia to account. I will switch to Russian. В завершение я хотел бы обратиться лично к послу Российской Федерации. На одном из предыдущих заседаний я говорил о детях и родителях, которые гордятся или стыдятся из-за поступков своих родных. Мне показалось тогда, что вы приняли мои слова очень лично. Я был бы готов взять свои слова обратно, если вы последуете примеру своего коллеги Олега Анисимова, главы делегации Российской Федерации на закрытии межправительственной экспертной группы по изменениям климата, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Сегодня в ответ на эмоциональное выступление украинской делегации, а нам сейчас сложно говорить без эмоций, он сказал, что, и я цитирую, «Те, кто видят происходящее, не находят никакого оправдания нападению на Украину». Конец цитаты. Это было сделано на закрытой части мероприятия, однако подтверждено несколькими участниками, а позже и самим господином Анисимовым. В жизни всегда есть место выбору. Например, можно остаться человеком, а можно продолжать защищать зло. И этот выбор всегда за каждым. I thank you.
Список ораторов исчерпан, заседание закрывается.
I would like to use this opportunity to distribute some information that the citizens of the Russian Federation may be very willing to receive, because unfortunately the Office of the Prosecutor General of the Russian Federation decided to block a dedicated site established by the government of Ukraine for the families and parents of the Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine or taken as prisoners of war. There is a dedicated site and a hotline in Ukraine where they can call and inquire about the well-being of the Russian soldiers. So I will just hand over these leaflets, and you will see there telephone numbers. All right, you will distribute it.
Thank you.
Because I believe it is very unjust that the parents of 4,300 killed Russian soldiers have no idea about their sons and are not able to bury them in dignity. I would also like to use this opportunity to distribute the information about our request to the International Court, where we request emergency measures to be taken against the Russian Federation in light of their actions on the territory of Ukraine. I think it was a very good session of the Security Council. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's session in the afternoon dedicated to the humanitarian needs in light of the ongoing aggression of Ukraine, against Ukraine. And we work closely with our partners on preparation of tomorrow's session.
Do you want a resolution on the humanitarian situation in Ukraine?
As I said, we work closely with our partners to prepare a meaningful discussion tomorrow on the issue.
Why is it so important to do what you've done, your move towards the Court of Justice today about the genocide question?
Well, first of all, we sincerely believe that the Russian atrocities in Ukraine mount to violation of many, many international treaties, including the one that we cite when we sent our request to the court. And I can assure you, when the war is over, and the war is going to be over, and we will win, the UN will win, the UN Charter will be defended, the perpetrators of those atrocities, including the President of the Russian Federation, will be held accountable. We always hope for the peace talks. We have always hoped for the peace talks.
Are they happening now?
I was in the meeting, as you have seen, and the latest I had a chance to verifiably check was that our delegation was trying to move towards the border, finding the safe way, because it's very dangerous to move towards the border.
Ambassador, you mentioned the situation with Oleg Anisimov at the end of your presentation. Are you expecting any of the other members of the Russian delegation maybe apologize or do the same thing that he did?
I expect that not only the Security Council, not only the General Assembly, not only the UN as a whole, but also many, many private citizens, and especially in Russia, will go through the process of catharsis or purgation. Because by the end of the day, all Russians deserve to live in peace, freedom, and in democracy.
What do you seek from this negotiation?
Peace. We seek peace. We seek the stopping of hostilities, withdrawal of troops. We will not capitulate. We will not surrender.
Mr. Ambassador, what if the request, the Russian request, is that practically Ukraine will never be part of NATO? Well, if this is the request...
Oh, it's a long philosophical, existential thing. We can, go in circles and in circles. You all know the answer. Why do you ask me that? I mean, you know that. You know where. No. Do not try to frame me using the instruments of President Putin. All right. See you all soon. Goodbye.
That peace talk that they're trying to arrange.
No, I think just, I don't comment on what's happening in among capitals. I think we all want, a negotiation to take place. I just want to confirm to you that tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. we will have a meeting of the Security Council on the humanitarian dimension of this crisis. This is absolutely needed. The crisis is very deep, and I think this is what we need. We need to provide support to Ukraine. We will insist on the full respect of international humanitarian law, on the respect of Geneva Conventions, on full access to Ukraine, to the people of Ukraine, for the UN agencies, for the UN operators, to do their job, because it's urgent. There are massive flows of refugees. So this is why we will have, the head of OCHA, Mr. Griffith, and we will have the High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Grandi, briefing the Council, and then we'll discuss. And then Mexico and France will propose a draft resolution on this issue to propose more access, more respect of international law, more respect of the Geneva Conventions, and so that's what we are doing. But we want to move quickly.
Ambassador, when are we going to see a GA vote?
Probably during the course of next week. So I don't think it will be on Monday and Tuesday. It will take a few days. So I don't know if it's Tuesday, Wednesday, but I think those two.
Your
what?
resolution in the Security Council, the humanitarian resolution.
I think probably we'll vote it on Tuesday.
What about the sanction, the French section?
Ambassador, what do you make of the UAE extension? you think there's a need for the Security Council to call for safe and unhindered aid access in Ukraine?
Look, it's not yet clear what they imply with their humanitarian resolution. When we see the text, then we can at least somehow comment it. I cannot do it in advance. Let's see the resolution first.
Is there a need for supporting the population in Ukraine?
They needed support for population in Donbass long time, but the only country that provided support basically was Russia, by the way. I'll have a press conference tomorrow. Let us talk about it when things are.
Ambassador, are you optimistic about that peace talk that they're going to have?
We're always optimistic. I don't know the results. I don't know even if they started, because I read reports that they might start tomorrow morning, Belarus time.
Ambassador, on Yemen, can I ask you a question on Yemen? You've got the vote tomorrow morning on the Yemen.
Look, I want to keep intrigue, not unfolding. You'll see it tomorrow. Let's keep intrigue at least till tomorrow morning.
Have you committed your support to UAE for that resolution in exchange for their extension?
Come on. We don't want anything in exchange, unlike some of our colleagues in the Security Council who, besides exchange, without any shame, twist arms of our Security Council members and of the Members' General Assembly to do or to vote the way they wanted, including methods which are not diplomatic.
What time's your press conference?
It will be closer to the PM meeting in the Security Council, because we have very little time, too many events tomorrow.
Ambassador, at the beginning of your career, did you expect something like this to happen as a diplomat?
Many things happened since the beginning of my career, okay? I had a long career.
Ambassador, one more question, please. Please come back, one more. As president, you're not on camera there,
What?
So we can get you on camera.
What?
As president of the Security Council this month, how difficult has it been for you to chair these meetings?
Look, I've been on recess for 2 days because of COVID, so it was just 1 week for me, but it spread, it's perhaps with the amount of events, it was more than 1 month.
How have you felt?
Fine.
With the Ukraine meetings?
This one.
Yeah, chairing all these Ukraine meetings where
Look, we are presidency. We have to keep the integrity of the office, and I'm doing what I have to do as a president.
Thanks, Ambassador.
All right, folks, we're going to lock this door. If you want to go, please go now.